short today. Feels like I fell 1,000 times. Nothing but doubt to flood my mind. 'Cause sometimes it's hard to remember why I ever started racing with my dreams. A restless December, feeling I was meant for more. think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
shy for love. I've been hurt before. All's fair in love and war. So I snuggle up close to the shell I'm living in. And if I let you in, another round begins. No, I'm spinning in a vicious cycle. I'm scared of doing something I'll regret. Maybe this is right, but I'm still staring at your silhouette. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side.
Should I be scared? The feeling's so different now. You got me floating here, a feather in the air. Oh, but when the wind blows, will I tumble or sail away? Or would you have me stay? And what if I escape? I know
I'm spinning in a vicious cycle. I'm scared of doing something I'll regret. Maybe this is right, but I'm still staring at your silhouette. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side, by your side. I'm not afraid. We found something that'll never fade. We can be ourselves and figure out the rest along the way. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side.
I need you by my side.
I need you by my side. You think you've got my number figured out? A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in. Don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer. I'd rather be free. I'd rather be a leader. I'd rather be a queen. I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer. I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in. Don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer. I'd rather be free. I'd rather be a leader. I'd rather be a queen. I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer. I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, and if I lose the fight, I still rage against the I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break the keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it brew enough to go insane. Living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste
once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, and if I lose the fight, I still rage against the I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. something's wrong. I feel it circling like vultures round my brain. Couldn't see this danger in your eyes. Draw me in, got me spinning now like water to a drain. You were perfect till I realized you hadn't shown your face. You sing a pretty song to drag my heart along. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break the keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it. I'm telling you, don't waste it. Lies telling you, don't waste it on me.
Ah! How many cables was that? 1, 2, 3 cables. Three cables. 3 cables that just went out of nowhere. They were working fine yesterday. It's not today. Okay, so you might be thinking, wait, why didn't you like... Normally when this happens, I either delay stream or I talk to stream while I'm doing it. But I wanted to get this done as fast as possible because tomorrow morning I'm speaking to a Rococo rep in a call. I'm calling them. We have a scheduled call, and I'm gonna use that section of the VOD to be like, to demonstrate, because like they didn't get what I meant by like if a cable fails, right? How do you know which one it is. And they're like, well, when you plug it back in, it'll say one will show up as red, and then you'll know that this is the last one in the chain. I'm like, how do you know? Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. And you don't know. I didn't know. So I'm gonna be talking to a Rococo rep. Hooray! So good. All right, let's catch up on chat. Hello. Hi, Nomadic Lander. Hi, Captain. Oh, sorry. Wrong chat. Up. Okay. Scrolling is opposite here, right. Hi, Mika. Hi, Sav, if you're still here. David, hello. Captain. I'm doing fine, Mika. Hopefully you're fine. Ashimori, hello. Hi, Jarno. Hi, Rob. Hi, Whiskey. And is there anyone else new? Roy, hello. Hi, Rendier. Hi. Okay. So, I saw a question, in chat by Mika. So I'm not doing this to call you out specifically, but I was thinking this could be like a pretty good video, which is the follow age command. The follow age command is the worst command ever. The worst command ever. It seems like one of those commands that would be really good. Why is my camera so high? Hello? Hello? Why am I so high? I should be like down here. Okay. I guess I'll turn the music off. And then let's record this, I guess. We can make a YouTube video right here. Because, like, I know so many people that have the follow age command. And, like, it's one of those commands that seems good, but it's really not. Right? Right? Okay, I'm gonna explain. The chest expansion? What do you mean the chest? Oh, right. Okay. We're gonna make a YouTube. Oh gosh, I don't record a lot of things live. That's like off the cuff. Okay. I need something to drink. Man, that Rococo rep is probably not gonna appreciate me. See, that's the thing though, right? It's like, it's not like I didn't purposely, like live stream that problem. Cause like sometimes it happens in the middle of stream, right? So like, what can you do? Okay. This common oh. Okay, let's start over. This common Twitch chat wait, what am I gonna say? This common custom Twitch chat command. This common Twitch chat command is kind of terrible, and you know, this is just like when I was watching Evanito trying to film a video on YouTube for YouTube, right? While live streaming. And Evanito has this point redeem that's 69 points. that if you redeem it, it's just a voice clip of him shouting it's my dick is wet like that. Like that's the redeem. And it's 69 points, and there's no limit to how often I can redeem it. So I was like, oh, you're recording something, right, Evanito? Time to spam this. I just spam it. Or like, I'm like, oh, this is not working. So I would just wait until there's like strategic timing. So that in the middle of him talking about something important, it would just shout that in his ears. And then like you just see him like, he's like speaking about something. Cause then he hears like that voice clip, right? Okay, I'm gonna restart the recording. Ugh. Hi, so there's this one common Twitch chat command that most of you might have that's actually kind of terrible, and you should probably stop using it, and we're going to talk about it. Hi, so there's this one custom Twitch chat command that a lot of people have, and you should probably stop using it, and this is why. And then we roll the intro. So when you're first starting out streaming, you kind of have this urge to try to get a bunch of different chat commands, customizations to try to make your stream a little bit more unique. And this is kind of like, this is really great because I know you're excited, like most of us are excited to add new features to our stream to make it a little bit more fun. However, there are some things that you should probably refrain from adding. And one of them is the follow age command. So what is a follow age command? It's a command that anyone in chat can use where they type exclamation mark, follow age, and then usually a bot like Nightbot or Stream Elements or what's the other one that is poop? Streamlabs or Streamlabs will say how many months a specific user has been following. And you might go, wait, why is this a bad thing? In essence, follow age doesn't really mean a lot. In essence, follow age doesn't really mean a lot. And essentially all it kind of turns into is people just flexing how long they've been following someone. But what usually is most of the case, from what I've seen from medium to smaller size streamers, is that someone that you don't even know will pop in and they'll drop exclamation mark follow age, and then they'll have some outrageous time, like, I don't know, 20 months. And then they'll be like a smile, they'll drop a smiley face and go, remember me? And I'll be like, no. And then I'll click on their username and I'll see that they either haven't dropped any messages or dropped like 3 messages a year ago that just says hello. And then when I say I don't remember them, they'd be like sad face. And that's like the most common use of follow age. And what actually is another thing that happens because of follow age commands, another thing that happens because of follow age commands is that when one person drops a follow age, a bunch of other people will do it, and it'll turn into this giant contest of who's been following the longest. When in reality, like, you don't want to have that because your Twitch stream shouldn't be like an exclusive club of who was here first. The main focus of a Twitch chat, the main focus of live streaming should be either broadcasting a live event or taking advantage of the platform, which is being live and interacting with chat. So I think what's more important is having people who are present and chatting and having names that you recognize versus having a chat that's mostly empty with a bunch of people that, saying I've been following for X amount of years and they don't interact with you at all. Remember me, followed since 2020, 3 messages. Do you think that's good? I think that's good. I'll just make it a short one. A short one. This video was recorded on my live stream, twitch.tv/Fofamit, and this kind of was a spur of the moment recording. So if you want to hang out and have a conversation, check me out there. Also, thank you so much to all of my patrons on Patreon. You can see their names put a link down here. And if you want to have any, oh, this feels like so much like calling out. And if you have any questions about VTubing or virtual production, check the
Gary.
check the description. Check the description, and you can find a link to our Discord. Bye bye. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's like a 3-minute video. But like, at least I recognize your name, Soul, right? Because you pop in every so often and you say things. Or like, you know, you say something that's like more meaningful than hello, hi, how are you? Hello, hi, hello, hi. Wow, it's Rating Pickles. Hi, Blackjacks. Hello. Hi, everyone from Blackjack Stream. I'm Fofamit. I'm a virtual content creator here on Twitch. I hope your stream went well. I'm guessing you were streaming VR chat. Was that correct? Am I right? Am I right with that? Am I right with that? Hold on, let me get my camera up. Well, hi everyone, welcome. Yeah, everyone be sure to check out Blackjacks. Blackjacks is a virtual content creator. They stream VR chat. They also do some modeling. That one time I saw them do it. How is that going, by the way? But yeah, super comfy times with Blackjacks. But everyone, welcome. I'm Fofamit. This is not VR chat. This is my own custom Unreal Engine application. If you drop a follow, I know it's like, another person to follow. But, you get 300 channel points, and there's a whole bunch of cool stuff that you can do. And whenever we're testing out like a new channel point redeem, like outline, they're usually cheap. But yeah, with 300, you can do a lot. Like, look, someone just took my jacket off. Wow, isn't that exciting? I can get undressed. I can have my hair color change. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about VTubing or me getting hydrated right now, be sure to let me know. Either if I already have a video, on it, I'm just gonna tell you to check out my YouTube channel. But if it's a new question, I'll answer it. So let me switch back. Whoop. Am I a Barbie? What do you mean, am I a Barbie? We got wet willies, wet hot dogs, wet wieners. Look at all the wet wieners. Getting a hand. Who's giving a hand to the wet wieners? Wait, who redeemed Glizzy? Januki? Hands of Babylon? Giving a hand to the wet wieners. I see. Oh, like a doll. Really? I've never really like been a huge fan of dolls. Like whether it's like a Barbie doll or like a Spider-Man doll. I wasn't really a fan. And yes, I'm calling action figures dolls because they're dolls. Hi, Holy Demon. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Well, I mean, just because they're like action figures, but they're still dolls, right? Like, to me, a figure is something that's non-posable, or it's meant to be posed and not played with. Whereas a doll is something that's meant to be played with, right? So, for example, if you have an anime figure, those aren't really meant to be played with. You're meant to like put it on a shelf and then never let anyone else see it because they might judge you. I haven't seen Spaceballs. I know of it. It's one of those things that like for the longest time I never saw any Monty Python things. But I knew all the references. So when I watched the movie I was just like, ah.
A ghost.
Now I understand all the references. You put yours away when your grandparents are over? See, that's the thing. Like, why? Why? Why do people hide their figures? So yeah, see, that's the difference. Figures versus dolls. But like, people always get hung up on this whole idea of action figures they're actually dolls and not figures. I don't think that's a controversial take because like, who cares? Right? What's my favorite flavor of ice cream popsicle? I would say it's a coin toss between orange creamsicle and Malona. Like the melon Malona. I had you at bacon. I couldn't think of a clever title, so I just labeled it bacon. Cause I mean, who doesn't like bacon, right? Is that a bacon emoji? Is that a global emote? Oh, it's a BTV emote. I had tofu for breakfast. That was my breakfast tofu. I'm running low on my breakfast of champions. Soylent. So I'm just I'm rationing it. Soylent is really good. Oh, okay. So, you know when there's someone on YouTube that you watch? Oh, this is like, okay, this is the second time this has happened to me. Actually, technically, okay, so the first time, there's someone that I've watched on YouTube for a very, very long time. And for some reason, they stumbled into my stream, like, a long time ago. And I was like, ah! So exciting! They're a Minecraft YouTuber. So I was really excited about it. I watch, and they pop in every now and then, and I pop in their stream. It's great. In their stream they have a lot of Twitch integration, but like in Minecraft, which is super cool, I think. And then very recently, someone that I've been watching because I really like their commentary, their news on virtual reality. They just I met them on an event for someone else. It was like someone was unveiling someone had a new homeworld that they had commissioned, because that's something people do in VR chat, right? They'll commission a world for not streaming. They'll just have one for themselves, which is, it's super cool that people do that, right? So he invited all of his mutual friends, and well, this other YouTuber was there. And I was like, ah! Ah! And but the thing is though, right? You have to play it cool, right? You have to play it cool, cause like it'd be like this other YouTuber will be there, right? And then they're like, there's someone that you like watching, and you kind of like start fanning out, like you're like, whoa, the old fool. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thanks. Okay, wait, can I move these around? Oh, I can. Yeah. Clean this space up. So like you'll like see a YouTuber, you're like, ah, but you can't, like, you don't want to bother them, right? Because like otherwise you're gonna scare them off. So you gotta be like, and then just like keep your distance, basically, right? So and that the thing is, like, that was, you might be like, oh, but Fofa, right? Surely they don't mind. You should go up to them and talk to them anyway. So here's something that confirms what my opinion on this is, to not bother people. It's because this event was, like I said, it was a friend's event debuting their homeworld, right? It was an event about that person showing off their thing. That's why everyone was there. Right? So then what ended up happening is that around, like, how do you say? So I'm not a famous person in VR chat, but like around a bunch of the famous people in VR chat, just a crowd of people, right? They're all crowding around them, and then they're talking. Like, what, like, so what would happen is, like, the person who's, like, invited everyone is, like, saying, hey, everyone, they're talking about this, and they're explaining why they have it, and then meanwhile, people are, like, running up to the YouTubers and like, oh, I love you, I love your content, and oh, can you, let's talk about this one video that you did, right? And there'd be like 10 people around each person, minimum, doing that same thing. And so some of them ended up like moving away from the main event, just so that they weren't disturbing the event person, the main person. So the YouTubers would leave, some of them would leave, so that so that other people won't disturb the event by talking to them. But what I also heard is that some people just didn't really get the hint, and they just kept talking and talking until eventually one of them said, we're here for this event, so if you want to ask me questions, now is not really a good time. And to me, I was like, oh, that's super clear. And then what some people did was, oh, well, I understand that, but I just have one, like, quick thing, and they just kept talking. So I'm gonna say that the best thing you could do, if you ever meet anyone, just play it cool. Because they're people too, right? And, like, try to be respectful of the event that you're at. Wavy, like wavy web surf? But like, okay, so for example, like, if I'm at a restaurant and all of a sudden George Clooney's there, right, at the restaurant, do you think like George Clooney wants to like be hassled by a random stranger? Oh, George Clooney, I'm your biggest fan. Meanwhile, like he's just sitting there trying to eat his pizza. You just let them be. It's your only chance to talk to them. But here's the thing: do you want your only chance to talk to like your hero having them be annoyed with you and remembering you as that annoying person that hassled them that one time? Right? Like, okay, if you have to have an interaction, right? Literally just have it as like a one passerby, right? Think of it like, don't think of it like an elevator pitch when you meet someone, right? So like, for example, if you like happen to pop by a YouTuber, just like walk by, just like think of it like you're walking by them and that's your only opportunity to talk to them, and you can't stop them. You're both on a conveyor belt either way. Imagine your interactions with them, right? Like you're both passing by on opposing escalators. You're going down, they're going up, right? And you only have that brief window of time, even if you're standing right beside them for like 20 minutes. Because like if they're able to talk to you and they want to talk to you, they will. So literally just be like, love your video. Hey, love your videos, especially on that one thing. Bye. Just like, don't even say bye. Just like that. Done. Or like, in the case of George Clooney, as you're leaving, is hey, George Clooney, sorry to bother you. Oh, actually, no, that's too much. Just be like, what'd you even say? I wouldn't say anything personally, but I'd be like, loved you in Batman, and then just leave like that. Boom. Simple. Quick. And that's like a quick, nice, memorable moment, right? Right? It's like, it's honestly, it's just better just not to say anything, I think. It's like, it's better not to bother them, right? Right? Did the thunderstorm just hit you with hands? Yeah, I have a redeem for that. Is it raining right now? I think it is it? It is raining. It's raining outside. Yeah, basically. So like, thankfully for me, in VR chat, they're like, the closest I'll get is like, do I know you? And I'll be like, no. Like, do you have like a YouTube channel or something? I'll be like, no, that just happened. It's not me. I get mistaken for that all the time. That's what I do. I just pretend. I pretend I'm not the person. I pretend I'm not me. And that's the closest to like me getting recognized that happens. I don't get recognized. Right? Just pretend it doesn't happen. It's fine. It's like most of the time when I'm in a public world in VR chat, I'm just there to like chill out. Cause like sometimes you can also meet really cool people, right? That's why I really like VR chat public worlds. Hello, fellow human. I love your yeah, see? That's basically it. Or just don't say anything. Play it cool, be a cool cucumber. I think that's fine too. Cause that way you don't like set up that hierarchical relationship of the like, I love your content, and then they don't, instead of categorizing you. I don't know. Am I thinking too much into this? Maybe. Cause like, I'm not very well socially adjusted. So like whenever I meet someone new, as soon as they like express a mild interest in technology or VTubing or virtual production, I just don't shut up. Cause that's all I know how to talk about. Cause that's all I've been doing. I haven't been doing anything else. A volleyball star. Ooh. So, so like I often will overanalyze things. Do you know what I mean? So like, my thought is like, I just thought, well, wait, what if you say hello, I love your videos, right? I'm your biggest fan, or something like that, right? Doesn't that set up that relationship of fan versus creator? Instead of like being on the same level? I don't know. Is that how that works? I don't know. Is that just my brain being dumb? Possibly. I don't know. So like, for example, if I'm a friend with someone and I talk to them on a regular basis, I don't mind commissioning them for art if they're an artist. However, if they're a friend and I don't talk to them very often, I won't commission them for art, even if I want to. Because like, I don't want to change that dynamic of the relationship from like being friends to being customer. Because I don't talk to them enough to be like, to warrant anything else. Because there's this one artist I really, really want art from. But like, occasionally they message me to play games. So I'm just like, I mean, I should just shoot them more messages every now and then. But it's painful. So I just don't do anything. I just don't do anything. Oh, my commissions are closed right now, Kites. Well, you know what I mean though, right? And like, the thing is too, most of the time when I'm asked to play games by people that I want to play games with, I can't. I don't have time. I wish I had more time. Cause like, it feels lately that I've been like, how do you say? Working a lot? If that makes sense. Hi, Tyler. So, okay, so the reason why I shortened my live streams down was because like I felt like I was falling behind on work. So I had to shorten my live streams so I can spend more time working. Maybe it's just because like the cost of living has gone up so much that I'm feeling more stress about working, because working means money, and money means paying rent and eating. And that's like a stress. And I'm like, I don't know. It's tough. right? It is. Oh, I see. Who's my favorite VTuber? That's a good question. I don't really have a favorite VTuber, cause like, yeah, I don't really have one. Right? So it all comes down to like what you like as as for content, right? So personally, I really like VTubers that do cool stuff. So like I really like Suvi, because Suvi's doing a bunch of cool stuff. Suvi Drill. I really like Fia, because Fia is always exploring new things and sharing it and having a conversation with their chat and community. I really like Candy, because Candy does like a lot of real chat with their stream, right? Like, you know, they're always honest. And like you get the real down low of what's going on. Right? And there's like a sense of authenticity there. I like Twin for the cursed content that you get. And like I could just keep going basically. And I think that's like one of those things that I think the VTuber community is like at its infancy right now. So like a lot of people will be like, "But you didn't mention me." And they'll feel excluded. It's tough, right? There's no one that's like a favorite. And I don't really watch a lot of streams, because I don't know. Because like, what do you mean I am not your favorite? I should be your favorite. Oh, you didn't mention me. Oh. You didn't mention me. I am the best streamer on Twitch. I can't see me. There's oh. Ow! 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 There's also Sly, who is
I'm so cool.
who does what I can never do, which is be really entertaining while playing an RPG game. Right? How do you maintain that level of energy and like enthusiasm that rubs off onto the viewers, right? That was just blurry? Yeah, because I have autofocus. It's only meant to focus on me. That's why. But yeah, it's like, who's my most viewed stream?
What was it? Look at the ones from the year. Your year in review, remember?
Oh yeah. How do I do that?
You searched it in your email, it was there.
Okay, let's check. Let's check my most viewed streams. Why are you naked?
I'm putting on clothes right now. I have to tell everyone.
Because you're in here and you're blocking my tracking.
Sorry. What the fuck? I think it's called year in review.
What's it called? Do you remember? Does anyone remember what it's called? From Twitch? When you get your yearly summary? Oh, Twitch recap.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I got it. I got it. So this was my 2021 year in review. And there's a common theme with many of them. Rush is a really good lurking stream. Spats is a really good lurking stream. Curdle's a really good lurking stream. Teru is sometimes a good lurking stream. And Sly Eye is, well, Sly is Sly.
Yay!
Most of the streams that I watch are just lurking streams. Hi, Last Cry. Hi, Dio. It feels like there's not enough time to catch all the streams. Exactly! Exactly! So those are my top watch channels from 2021. You're from the same city, your parents' houses are like 20 minutes apart? Oh. Yeah, Taro should be moving soon, I think. I think they're moving to Europe, right? I think that's when they're, what's happening there? Just moving right now is a pain. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Let's look at this. Okay, so art is definitely Spats, Teru, Curdle, and Rush. Just chatting is definitely Sly. And just Sly. VR chat has to be Spats. Who played Minecraft? None of them play Minecraft. It must be just be me watching Minecraft. And then The Witcher is obviously Sly. How do you find out who you watch? Go to your email and go to Twitch recap.
Love a hug. Thanks for watching my shit, babe.
Yeah, it's probably because I watched most with Witcher, I guess. I don't watch I don't watch a lot. Oh, I was watching who was I watching earlier? This before when I was getting ready and I was eating breakfast. I was watching Breakfast Burrito. They're playing Power Wash Simulator, yeah. Are they still doing the subway? Okay, when I was eating breakfast, they were like cleaning the platform and they said like they wanted to only clean half of the subway. They're still doing it. It's a huge place. That's crazy. There's so much to clean. What the heck? Those levels can take 3 to 4 hours? Hi, Moodles. Honestly, I thought this game was kind of like a meme. and it wouldn't have that many levels to it. But like I keep seeing people play it, like Burrito. It must be like a good, just like chill out kind of a stream to be in, right? Like it must be. It's the only thing is like that. The only thing that's like, I guess it's nice too, because like a lot of, would these places actually get power washed? I don't think they would. Right? Because like it uses so much water to power wash. Doesn't it? Is it weird to do this? Okay, wait. Can I just see what other people are up to? I'll be honest, I don't like ASMR. Okay. Let's turn off the music. We're gonna check out other people. What's Gamma doing? Oh, I have the site muted.
I headbutted my chair.
They're just chatting in VR chat.
Well,
Oni.
still... Nah, you put like.
Oh,
dead
oh,
rounds
I know this
into it,
game.
you know?
Isn't this that game that Shroud was playing? That was like
Like
insane
the-
to watch.
the
I think
play.
so. Oh yeah, by the way, she's really good at FPS games. Shanzo, of course, is doing art. Who are they doing? Oh, they're doing. I wonder if they're actually doing Shy Lily's commission,
to be on the side instead.
or if they're like,
And let's do.
or if they're just doing it. I think they're just doing it. Cause like they made a Gura model, right? And Gura didn't commission them. So I wonder if it's actually. Oh, it is. It is a commission for Shy Lily. Oh, that's so. Oh, Shanzo changed their outfit. Nice. Hi, Jason. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Yeah, Shanzo, by the way, is super talented. So, really talented artist, as you can see.
Look at these teammates. They're
Is Demi switching to a VTuber?
lovely. Let me
Oh,
hide-
they have switched to a VTuber.
Let me hide the audio.
Interesting.
That's my gaming hardcore. I need to hear the footsteps. I need to hear everything. I need to hear like all.
I originally started watching them when they did cursed portal streams and getting over it, when they just didn't have a hand cam, and then they did like a bit of face cam, and I guess they switched to VTuber.
That's a lot rotating.
I think I started watching a lot. Okay, so a lot of these people that are on my thing now, it's because they were playing Elden Ring. So I'm just like, they play Elden Ring! I might be able to play Elden Ring with them! Haha! And yeah, they changed their model from before. I don't know what Helltaker is. What is Helltaker? It's a short game, sharply dressed demon girls? I don't know anything about it. What is Helltaker? It's a good game? Then there's Mr. Brunswick, who I don't know a lot about yet. But they played a lot of... I know they play a lot of VR chat.
Bedros, you're gonna come up here, right?
And then there's Miz. What is this?
After a few minutes, the dog was eventually captured.
They're playing Minecraft while... Oh, while doing redeem... Oh, right, it's Community Sundays there. Right.
Hey, close enough, buddy.
Frosted is sleeping. Everyone seems to be doing, like, sleeping streams right now, and... What's it called? Subathons? Like, uncapped subathons? I really think people should not do uncapped subathons.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
And some of these people, like, I followed after a raid, so I don't know a lot about them, other than, like, I stuck around for, like, 5 minutes, and I really like their vibe. I really like this person's art. That's what I remember from them.
2, 3.
And then there's Nick.
4 engrave right now.
Nick is basically a VTuber,
Now,
but
summon the Chimera, we
not a
can't add
VTuber.
Power Bond to
With
our
all the
hand, though,
crazy crap that can
because
happen
we
on
have
Nick's
nothing
stream,
to discard. We don't have anything to discard with the Chimera.
a
That's
flat.
the issue.
No, there's so much crap happening here that, like, it doesn't look like it, because, like, right now it doesn't look like there's a lot happening on my stream, right?
Go into
But, like, when stuff happens, it happens.
I guess we just go into
Trust
Verse,
me.
really.
Hello. There's Twee. What is this? Australia.
Like, what's the point? They didn't even have any snacks and voting plates. Like, what's the point of voting? What's the point of the
Australian minimum wage is $20 an hour?
Anyway.
What? That's so high?
By the way, that was a joke.
Wait. Hold on.
I really love having democracy.
CAD to...
Is there like a table? Is there a table that I can look at?
Oh, that makes sense.
Age table? Ali, 7 months with the weird Aussie girl fight already. How the time flies. Ali.
Why are they looking up this?
I like Ali a lot. Thank you so much.
But I'm doing well, Brandon. Hopefully you are.
Precious to me. They always make me laugh.
So is that the average or is that the minimum?
Don't they like use the white bread instead of actual hot dog bread? I argue that the white bread actually tastes better because you can have more of the, it's like more sausage.
Streaming's not easy money.
Yeah. So
Sometimes you don't make any money on a stream. And it's like your focus shouldn't be about making money while streaming.
This like barbecue hot dog thing that they always have. And so
But
in
Twee,
Australia, we always
talented
have,
artist.
like,
What's
the bun-
Susie doing? Sleeping? Uncapped subathon. Link with Ghost does challenge runs. I think right now they're doing a challenge run.
You'll be fine. No, I make
Oh!
in the stream.
Jarno!
I was trying to...
Thank you for the 1,000 bits!
I know what to do after this, okay.
Wow! Thank you!
I was trying to double it up, Apple. I was trying to double it up and then I was just like...
So there's Delinquent Ghost. We already checked out
Vibe check.
Breakfast. Actually, what progress are they making?
A form of lingual amnesia.
They've only done half the play still!
Yes, because Americans can't.
I think this person is just an artist too. I remember like liking what they were doing. Oh, wait. A Bitey of Brackenwood, then Unreal Engine? They're going to Unreal Engine? Okay, wait. Is that why I followed them?
It's gonna be great.
Okay, so yesterday's stream. Oh, right. They're making their own cool thing in Unreal Engine, like an animation. Oh, I forgot about that. Right. Super cool.
Panicking are the ones who are afraid of losing power.
I never have a chance to like click through everyone.
Superiority or something.
And of course there's Diva. Super comfy streamer, VR content creator. And then I like how they have this like cool text to speech thing, right? So when they speak IRL, like a voice bubble will pop up in VR chat. Yeah, you could create animations in a Unreal Engine. I remember watching them doing,
As always, thanks.
I think it was like Unity game dev.
Technically, the
That's what they were doing.
Saturday
10
stream is on, so
hours?
see everyone later for a
Oh, they're doing Unreal Engine 5.
If not, have a good Sunday. Have a good rest of your weekend.
There's Teo. I think I think I just popped in every now and then. But right now they're doing ASMR. There's Duck Plague. Oh, Duck Plague is also playing Vampire Masquerade like Oni is. So if you guys don't know who Duck Plague is, I'll move the mic. Oh!
It's the same thing that happens in the council that you pick up certain things to raise your skill of like conversations and stuff like that. Is there anything here that can show me a 4-digit code?
If you don't know who Duck is, by the way,
Need a 4-digit code.
Duck Plague is a variety streamer who streams a variety of games. They do a lot of charity work. Lots of charity work. And they have so many funny, hilarious skits on their stream. Oh, I knocked over the camera. It's fine. Of course, there's Spectre, variety VTuber, super cool, like cyberpunk aesthetic.
I was like, oh, layered armor. And I was like, nope, guess not.
I haven't played Monster Hunter. There's Lakes. They're doing workouts today. Oh, by the way, if any of you want to like hang out or like have like a workout, so they don't always do workout streams, by the way. Sometimes they'll do like comfy time hangout in VR chat, but they also do workouts. So like if you can join them in VR chat and work out with them, or you could just watch and follow along.
Lavi called you a nerd. Also, that's for
Oh, by the way, this is Beeve, a VR chat content creator. So if you ever go into Beeve's stream, please make sure that you drop the pizza time emote. Right? Only the pizza time emote. That's the only emote that you should be dropping in Beeve's stream. Show them all the love, and then only drop the pizza with pineapple time. With pineapple. Exactly.
That was my description. I kid you not. No, I kid you not, Techno. That was how I did it.
There's Osmiley.
It was just, oh my god.
Oh, slide just started. What is this? Oh, are they playing Red Dead today? Yeah, are you playing Red Dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
You can play Star Citizen?
Go and talk to Frogfucius and he'll tell you where there's a missing check that you haven't done yet.
I don't remember why I'm following this person.
This checks like all sorts of flags that get set when you do certain things in the game.
I think this is someone I found on YouTube. Hold on, let me check.
NPCs you haven't talked
Yes, this is someone I found on YouTube.
expanded a lot.
They do a lot of Super Mario RPG content.
If you have any settings turned on, that could put progression up.
I don't remember why I followed this person. See, like, the only person that I don't remember. No, I don't. Okay. If I go through a raid, right, and I don't like the vibe within like the first 5 minutes, I leave. How do I know this person? I think at one point they must have been doing something interesting in Unreal Engine. They had to have been. Okay, I'm just gonna check their Twitter. I don't know. They must have been doing something cool. I don't know. I'll worry about it later. Boop, boop. Imagine start doesn't I don't know, dude. I know people play it. I just don't know how playable it is. Right? Wonder which VR set is the best value between Steam, Facebook, and PlayStation? Well, right now the PlayStation VR headset is not a good value. The Meta Quest is probably the best value. And the Valve Index is probably the most versatile and highest quality. There you go. Done. It doesn't work with Windows 11? I have Windows 11. I haven't had any issues with Windows 11. I think Windows 11 is great. So many people are like so against Windows 11. And I'm like, why? It's fine. This is fine. It's fine. On your only on your laptop. So does it work everywhere else? It must be something wrong with your laptop. Maybe. I don't know. Hi, Akami. Oh, right, Nintendo VR. I have not forgotten about that. I haven't. I know about Nintendo VR. It's it was a thing. I have Windows 11. I upgraded both without any issue. Oh, by the way, I'm not getting the Steam Deck, even though I have the reservation. I talked about this yesterday. I'm just not getting it. I can't justify spending that much money. And the decision will be set in stone and finalized. Why am I looking at my wrist? In 3 hours. In 3 hours, it'll be finalized. Hi, Cosmic. Because that's when my reservation goes up, is in 3 hours. I just can't. There's also something wrong with my credit card. It's not working. So the only thing I can pay with right now is like my bank card and debit. I have to contact my bank, but it's a long weekend. So they're not open. Actually, hold on a sec. Give me a sec. Hi, Tomo. Give me a sec. Yeah, I don't know why Amazon is not accepting my credit card anymore. Everywhere else is. Right? I don't know if Steam will. I don't know. Also, my stocks keep going down. I keep losing all my stock money. It's going down. My stocks! Ah! It's gone down by like a total of 20%. My stocks are down 20%. There's only one that's was a mistake to invest in, I think, which was Imagine. I invested in Imagine. What's the news about Imagine? I actually haven't checked any news about them. Imagine. This is the company, one of the companies I invested in, and I'm down 20%. Sorry, I'm down 50% on them total. Down 50%. Hold on, let's look. Stock. Yeah. It's so bad. See, I bought Imagine here. Yeah. Oof is big, right? Yeah. At least I didn't buy like a lot. But it still hurts. I'm gonna diamond hands the stock and hope they come back. I don't think they will. Do they have any news? I don't think so. Wins People Choice Award at Display 3 days ago. Oh, it's on their own website? No, it's not. It's on Global Newswire. Globe Newswire. Okay. I'm still gonna diamond hands their stock. It's a race to zero. Yeah, I'm totally expecting to lose all the money on it. So I don't advise anyone investing in Imagine. I honestly thought like Apple would be the one using their displays. And then there's, or the rumored Apple would use their displays and their stonks would go up. But then COVID's like, delays, everything's delayed, and their stock went like. Yeah, so I'm hoping someone's gonna pick them up. And then, oh, you know what'd be really good? A buyout. Right? If someone buys them out, that'd be nice. Because there's gonna be rumors of a buyout, their stonks are gonna go up, and then that'll be the time to sell. Know anything about Robinhood? That you shouldn't use it because with the whole game stonks thing, they illegally stopped selling to appease their shareholders. So I from what I heard, that Robinhood stock app is bad because of that reason. They don't have your interest at heart. They only have their own profits in mind. So when your interests outweigh their profits, they will choose their profits over your interests. Yes, they manipulated stock too. So I don't recommend Robinhood. Anyone who does recommend Robinhood and they knowingly recommend them knowing their history, they're not good people. Oh, by the way, so I reread that email that I got from that company about the chair. They want to send me a chair to review. Not for like a sponsorship. They want to send me one to review. I think I get to keep it. They're not gonna ask me to ship a chair back to them. So if they send the chair, I think they're gonna send me their most expensive chair. So Sly's brother, is working on their PhD in ergonomics. And Sly's brother's fiance is also in the same field. I'm gonna get them to talk about it. I'm gonna get them to sit in it and look into it. So it's gonna be like a real review. Am I still using the Airbender stool? I am. It could turn into a roasting. We'll see. But maybe it'll be good value. Who knows? Wait, what happens if I sit in the normal chair? Hold on. Let me grab the real chair. Will I lose tracking? Oh, it's so much comfy. Oh, it's so comfy. Oh, I'm so Am I not losing tracking? Am I keeping tracking? I'm not losing tracking sitting in this chair? I could stay in a normal chair? I could sit in a real chair this entire time? Okay, wait, I'm leaning back. It's still kind of tracking me, kind of. Oh! Okay, not really. Not really. I think because there's so much metal in this chair, it's causing interference. This chair has too much metal in it. brownie. It's a Costco gaming chair. That was like 150,000 won, aka like $100 American. Why wouldn't it track? Because it'd be blocking my body tracking, but it has too much metal in it, so it's blocking, it's interfering with my tracking. Basically. So I can't use it anyway, even if I wanted to. See, look. Right now my head is looking forward and I'm looking forward, whereas before I was like drifting off to the side. What can you do? It was comfy though. I wouldn't have as many issues with the tracking, but there's only so many places that you can put the Vive tracker on your body, right? See if there's any improvement. Well, the people that I know, aka Sly's relatives, they worked on one of the research papers for the Herman Miller and body. So that's their benchmark. Paint it green? Painting it green won't do anything in terms of interfering with the tracking. Like, you're thinking about chroma keying, I think? So, the chairs that they use, though, they're using Steelcase Leap chairs because they were able to get them used for like $300 before the pandemic. Because that was the price of used chairs like that before the pandemic, before everyone was buying up office chairs at home. Hi, Onicito. And then, you know, everyone's like, I need to have a nice chair when I work from home. And then, well, prices started surging. Basically. Who hydrated me? Stew pot? Thank you for the hydration. I'm so hydrated right now. Okay, see you, Bandon. Did I get the thumbs fixed? I'm too lazy to fix them. I keep forgetting. By the way, it's not a PUD problem. It's not a problem with my modeler with the thumbs. It's a problem with it's how Rococo handles thumbs. It needs to be slightly adjusted. I'm just too lazy to do it. Isn't this what you're expecting when you want hydration? No? 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 You're surprised it's not gamer subs? How do you know? It could be a Cyberry gamer subs. Right? Right? that trash can's always been there. It's been there for a long time. It's just the lighting. I changed the lighting, so now you can see it better. I used to also have vignetting on, and I also used to have chromatic aberration on as well. I just didn't like it, so that's why we don't have that anymore. You're a quarter demigod? That doesn't make any sense. So, like, if you're thinking in the case of Hercules, right? Hercules is half god, making him a demigod. But if you're a quarter of a demigod, that means you're 1/8 of a god. Meaning, in terms of, like, if you're thinking about, like, Greek mythology, it means you're nothing special. So you're a quarter of a half. So, wait, is that even 1/2? Wait, a quarter of 1/2. 25 would be half. Then 12. Yeah. You're 1/8. Yeah, I increase the brightness because, like, I think that having a brighter scene is just nicer, right? You don't want things to be too dark and gloomy. I have been playing around with other worlds. It's just tough. It's tough to optimize things. It's interesting, though, on how Greek mythology happened, right? Because, like, back in the day, Greece, well, it's like it's a polytheistic nation, right? Meaning that, so most Western countries and Middle Eastern countries are monotheistic, meaning they have one god, mono, where poly means many. So, but, like, how... But it's debated whether or not they believed in the actual gods themselves, or they referred to the elements as gods, if that made sense. So, for example, when they would say, like, Zeus is the one that shoots lightning, like, is that, do they actually believe that there is a man in the sky, like, shooting lightning bolts down? Or is that just how they described the natural events happening around them? Right? So there's a debate on, like, on that aspect of Greek common life. But also they had many mystery cult religions. So, like, so they, for example, like, there were people who believed strongly in Zeus and followed, like, the preachings and, like, whatever of Zeus, whatever Zeus was. But there was also people who believed in numbers and believed that numbers were the power of all things. And that was the Pythagoreans. And the Pythagoreans were a religious cult focused around numbers, and numbers being perfection and numbers creating the universe. And if you're like, this sounds kind of familiar, it's because the Pythagoreans, when their leader is Pythagoras, who came up with the Pythagoras theorem. And then one of their members discovered imaginary numbers before imaginary numbers were, like, a thing, and imperfect numbers and decimals and fractions, and then they drowned them. For speaking heresy. Essentially, that's what happened. True story. It's crazy, like, how much of our thinking, or how similar we are to, like, the ancient Greeks back then, isn't it? Hi, little helper. Hello. Thursday? Interesting. There's a lot of interesting things about religion. I find religion's like a fun thing to research or learn about. Okay, so whether you're Christian, Catholic, pretty much the same thing. Don't tell anyone I said that. No matter what religion you are, Christian, you're Muslim, you're atheist, I think a really good book to read is let me find it. Is this book. It is a short book. You should be able to finish it in like a day. How many pages is it? It's 200 pages. It's like nothing. This book. I think everyone should read this book if you want to understand Abrahamic religions. So Abrahamic religions is the Muslim religion. Wait. Is that what you call Muslim? No. Yeah, whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Christian, like reading that book will really, really help understand things, I think. Like, especially if you're atheist, I think it's a really good book to read. Hi, Duck. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you streaming? We're talking about religion, but in a non-divisionary way. So the Fear and Trembling, I'm pretty sure you can find a PDF for free online. But like, if you don't, I think one of the main things when it comes down to religion versus non-religious people is the idea of faith, right? So if you're someone who doesn't really understand, like if you think you understand faith but you're not religious, then you don't understand faith. Right? Because like faith, I think, has no logic. And if you read this book, Fear and Trembling, it really helps you understand the concept of faith and what faith is and how religious people view faith. So like for me personally, when I read this book, I was like, holy shit. Now I understand people. I understand now. So am I labeling myself? Yeah. See, the thing is, like, I don't like labeling myself as an atheist because I feel like a lot of atheists are assholes. Do you know what I mean? They're like a lot of them are like high on their horse. Well, I'm better because I don't believe in blah blah. And it's just like, bro, you could be wrong. You don't know. I don't know. It's just a worldview, I think. And so what's that guy's name? He was featured in a South Park episode, like warring with the otters, and like was partnered with Mrs. Garrison. What's his name? He's the biggest asshole in atheism. Hold on. I think his name is Richard Dawkins. Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins, this guy. This guy makes all atheists look bad. He's such a huge asshole. Look, he published a book called The Delusion of God. Right? Like, it does. Here's the thing, right? Let's take religion out of this for a moment. Because, like, it doesn't matter whether you're right or you're wrong. If you even if you are right, if you sit there and you spit on people who lost and you rub their faces in it, they're gonna hate you. And they're more likely to not, like, side with you ever. Right? So even if you're right, no one's gonna like you. See, I don't know, people have called me agnostic, but I don't think I'm agnostic. I just acknowledge that there's no one authority of being right or wrong, because the whole conception of there being like an all-powerful being is, personally, I think is still possible, but it's improbable. And there was like a whole thing in the 1800s, 16 to 1800s, with the Descartes movement, in the modernist era, and in postmodernism, where they tried to like, it was going off of, God, what was his name? If you said the name, it's like, he's a Roman philosopher. I'm trying to remember his name. It starts with an A. It's not Aristotle. Is it A? Augustine. That's his name. Augustine. Is it Augustine? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Augustine. So it goes back to Augustine, where Augustine basically, this is where the famous question comes up, which is the question of, can God make a boulder so big that even he cannot move it? Right? And like, I think it's been turned into, can God make a burrito so hot that even he can't eat it? And the whole argument, so like how, how they logically, so they're trying to logically prove the existence of a religious deity, right? And what it boils down to is like, well, as a human being, you just don't have the conception of understanding, so you're asking an impossible question, when in reality, the answer is both. And I'm just like, so, hey, by the way, if you just heard me say that and you haven't read any like ancient religious philosophy, I just saved you like thousands of books of reading, by the way, because that's what it sums up to. That's what it sums up to. So then it comes down, so it starts in like the ancient Greek era, ancient Greek and Roman era, because that's when the rise of Christianity happened, right? The rise of Christianity, and at the same time, the rise of the Muslim religion as well, right? Because they're both based in the same thing, and same with Judaism. They're all from the same. They're all Abrahamic religions, so they stem from the story of Abraham. So that's why they're called Abrahamic religions. And that's what Fear and Trembling is actually about. Is about the story of Abraham. So, flash forward to the postmodernist era of René Descartes. And René Descartes, what was it? What was his famous writing called again? It's like six books. It's where I think Therefore I Am came from. Where's it from? What is it called? The Meditations. René Descartes' Meditations. So, like, the whole conception... Do I know Code Miko? Of course I do. So, the whole conception of René Descartes' Meditations, which is, like, revolutionary for its time, right? Revolutionary, and is still impacting how we approach science today. So it's a very important text. Basically, Rene Descartes sets up this whole entire thing of, he starts by proving how the human senses can be fooled. So he talks about like delusions, he talks about hallucinations, he talks about dreaming, he talks about how like, he basically goes step by step in showing instances of how your senses can be tricked, right? So like one of the examples is on a hot summer day, if you're looking out, you'll see a lake, but it's not a lake. Your eyes deceive you, basically. So he goes about that, and then he creates a scenario where it's like, how do we even know we exist? What if we're a brain in a jar? Right? You don't know that. You can't disprove it. And this basically, this is simulation theory before simulation theory was popular, right? So he's talking about this, right? He's basically talking about simulation theory and how do we know we're even real? And then the one thing he boils it down to is like, how do we know we exist? And the answer is, you are thinking. That's how you know you exist, because you can think. So that's where the phrase comes from. My Latin's really bad. Cogito ergo sum, right? I think, therefore I am. So that's, and then he basically set up this impossible scenario to get out of, and then immediately says we can prove our existence because we think, therefore we exist. And builds up from there, right? Which is like crazy. At the time, people were like, oh, Rene Descartes, you're a madman! I love you! Oh! Like that. That's what they're doing. They're like, Rene Descartes, I want to suck your pee-pee! Basically is what people were doing. They're flipping out. They're going crazy. And, but then this doesn't stop the one problem. Quarter Demigod, thanks for the prime, thank you. This doesn't solve the main issue of, wait, so we can think we exist, but, so that proves that we are real, and we're not a fiction. But it doesn't disprove the concept that we could be a brain in a jar. And as, I think it translates into like, how do we know we're not a brain in a jar or being controlled by an evil homunculus? That's what he says. So basically, how do we know that we're not some mad scientist like lab experiment? Right? And that's the problem. And this is where it falls short. Right? This is why Rene Descartes is considered a religious philosopher as well as a scientific philosopher. Because how does Rene Descartes get out of this minefield that he put himself in? He's like, well, we all know that there is an existence of an all-powerful, all-good, and all-knowing being that has created our world. So therefore, an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good being would not create a circumstance such as this. Therefore, we are not a brain in a jar. And I read that and I went, wow. You really proved it there, Rene Descartes. So good. I was with you until that one moment. Basically, I was with you until that one moment. So you might be going, okay, so because of the everyone was so blown away, right, by Rene Descartes, like, I think, therefore I am. He actually started a Descartes movement. So there was like, basically, he had a bunch of groupies, and his groupies were like, well, Rene Descartes was amazing, and like, I got to suck him off a bunch of times, but like, we have to fix that one part that people don't like. So there was a bunch of people that came afterwards that was trying to explain like the whole religious aspect of that. Because like that's the only flaw to the whole argument, because it doesn't prove it with logic. Because he starts the meditations by saying he's going to prove everything with logic, and then abandons logic. Pure logic, right? So like there's all these crazy theories about the mind. So like Rene Descartes basically said like, where are the ghosts in the machine? Oh, by the way, that's like the whole concept of ghost in the shell, right? We're the ghost in the machine. So that's where the whole like homunculus brain in a jar thing comes from, right? So like he believed that our bodies are physical, our physical beings being controlled by a soul that is not physically linked. So there's material objects and immaterial objects. So our soul is, so us, I think therefore I am, is the immaterial object, whereas the material object is our bodies. And he believed, because he dissected brains, and this was his assumption from dissecting brains, is he's like, well, it's not mentioned in the meditations, but it's mentioned in his notes later. Like when he took apart a brain, he's like, wow, the brain only is mirrored on both sides except for this one thing in the very center known as the pituitary gland. Therefore, this pituitary gland must be important. This must be where the soul links. So he believed that the soul linked to the pituitary gland. And then when we die, the link to our body becomes severed, right? And then we're just like a floating soul. Woo, we're a soul, woo, right? So everyone else, like all of Rene Descartes' groupies, basically after that point, like Leibniz and all those other people, all like latched onto that theory. And there were some like really wild theories out there. Because like a lot of people were like trying to focus on this whole concept of material versus immaterial objects. How do you even prove an immaterial object? Well, Rene Descartes' like, well, we can't find the soul in the body. Duh. Look at all these bodies I dissected. No soul, dummy. It must be immaterial. Stupid. That's what basically Rene Descartes said, right? Souls are immaterial, dummy. It's not in the body anymore. What are ya, a moron? That's basically what he did. So everyone's like trying to prove the existence of the soul now, and like to prove the whole like God thing as well. And there's like some of the like, so it came down to like our souls are in heaven, and like we're like having the string of fate. Like you've heard the string of fate, right? We have like a string of fate. That's also like a thing that's in Japanese religion as well, Shinto religion, that connects our body to our soul, and we're being like basically being puppeted by ourselves. And like that was some of the theories. Another theory was that, but then some people disagreed with that theory and said that's dumb, because obviously our souls aren't that powerful to do something like that, moron. And then someone's like, well, do you have a better answer? And they're like, yeah, obviously, God. And I'm just like, wait, what? And so their theory was because us human beings are so low level, basically, that the all-powerful being is basically like the middleman for all of us. So all of us in another plane, we have to transit hub through the all-powerful being to go to our own body. And everyone's just like, some people are like, yeah, that's amazing, and some people are like, that's stupid. And then other people are like, well, what if it was like a mirrored plane, right? So what if our souls existed in a reality that's exactly like our reality, but it's immaterial? And so basically there's a completely separate immaterial world and a material world, and the material world is just an imitation of the immaterial world. And everyone's like, wow, that's amazing. And I'm just like, you drank a little bit too much Kool-Aid there. Because like what they're proposing, right, is that the material world imitates the immaterial world. So it's just like, it's insane. And that's the kind of stuff that they were talking about, like back in the 1800s, right? And you know what's the crazy thing is that we, at this moment in time, have still not answered that question. Because we don't know what makes us us. We don't know what makes a person a person. We don't know, like, people still debate to this day about the existence of a soul. Nobody knows. And you know what's kind of crazy? This entire line of thought and thinking led to Freud. Freudian thinking. Because he thought that, like, that the whole conception of the brain is, like, everyone agreed that somewhere in the brain, whether it's pituitary gland or not, that's where the soul either resides or communicates. But since you can't find the soul in the brain, the brain must be like a vessel which the soul communicates to, right? And so, like, that's how modern psychology started, and that's where Freud, like, started too. And also Freud did a lot of cocaine as well. There's, like, tons of documented letters about Freud like recommending cocaine to his friends because, like, oh, cocaine is so good, it's a miracle thing. And then, you know, obviously it turned out to be terrible and addictive and basically ruined his life. Yeah, Freud was a huge coke addict. You gotta remember, back then, Coca-Cola had cocaine in it. Right? So, like, that led into modern psychology, the beginning of modern psychology, and everyone knew that the brain in some way had some connection to the soul, right? So then it started this whole movement of thinking that souls, so people that have some kind of so these aren't my views, by the way, I'm just telling history, by the way, okay? So that led to this whole thought of, like, any disorders or abnormalities of the mind, as they said, were because souls at that time were thought to be pure, and any abnormalities or afflictions of the mind were considered to be something tainting the connection with the soul. That's what they thought. So, for example, if you had anger issues, the reason is because if your anger issues are not your fault, your soul is pure, but there's something interrupting the connection between the mind and your soul, your body and soul. That's what they thought. So then this one guy went, so what happens if I just, like, you know, just, like, just open your head and scrape your brain a little bit. You know what I mean? Scrape your brain, you know, just, you know, get a stick and just, like, swoosh it in there. What'll happen? And they realized that, whoa, it really calms some people down. Great. So then that's when they would open people's heads and, like, just cut a chunk of their brain out. And that's known as the lobotomy. And that was known as, like, the thought was, like, they're tempering the soul. When in reality, you know, they're lobotomizing someone horrifically. And then there's another procedure that's not, so lobotomies were actually not as common as you might think it was. What was actually more common was something called a leucotomy. So a leucotomy was a non-invasive lobotomy, essentially. And the guy that invented the leucotomy actually was on Time magazine, and on the picture he was performing 2 leucotomies on 2 people in the picture for Time magazine. So what a leucotomy is he took the idea of the lobotomy. He's like, well, it doesn't need to be so invasive. So what if I just go behind the eye? So he sticks a needle behind your eye and like scrapes the top part of your brain. He basically just sticks the needle in your skull behind your eye and just goes, it's like goes to town like that. And just like scrapes it around a little bit. And it's like, oh, we get the same result as lobotomy. Must be good. And like the terrible thing is that some parents are like, they would go to their psychologist, right? And like, my child is acting up. And I like, what is your advice? Is like, oh, well, I reckon it's like, it must be something with a problem with their soul and their communication with the blah, blah, blah. This whole like thing we're talking about, immaterial material thing, right? And the imbalance of chemicals in their brain, and I can give you a solution right here. And they just lobotomize or leucotomize the child. Which is horrific. Yeah, also known as a transorbital lobotomy. Yeah, it's messed up stuff. Super messed up. And then you know, it wasn't even a thing for like mental illness. It was like things like, my child is misbehaving. That's how common it was. So messed up. My child is misbehaving. Lobotomy. Yeah. And then like, oh my gosh. I started going down this rabbit hole, and like, so we also talked about this in university, which was, we talked about MK Ultra. It's so messed up. The MK Ultra program, because the MK Ultra program actually was in Canada. So the CIA contracted a doctor in Canada to do research in Montreal. That stuff seems like from science fiction. Like, what the heck? But yeah, MK Ultra is like, you can't talk about it without seeing like you're like in a tinfoil hat. But basically all it was, like way back in the day, like obviously in the times of, you know, doing experiments on children, lobotomies, leucotomies, until like, I think the 70s or something. There was like no ethics, basically. You could just experiment on people. So, yeah, that's like, I don't want to talk about it too much other than it was like, just some dude is like, I wonder what would happen if I give a patient who doesn't want it a lot of LSD. Let's find out. Oh, I have this patient. I wonder what happens if I induce a coma and put them in a coma, a medically induced coma for like a year, and then play a bunch of audio in their ears. I wonder if I can manipulate them. That's what MK Ultra was basically. Messed up. No, after a lobotomy or leucotomy, basically you're scraping away like the myelin sheath of your brain. I think that's what it's called, which is like, you know, how it's basically your fast circuits in your brain. And if you scrape away all the fast circuits, of course you're gonna be like slow. Yeah, medicine in back of the day was crazy, where there was like no standards or no ethics. Actually, so another thing that we can talk about is how people dislike like big government and reducing regulations, and we should have a free capitalist market, right? Well, they did have a free capitalist market, and you know what happened? Snake oil. So, for example, before the FDA was formed, right? Put it this way, if you look in the FDA regulations on peanut butter, right? They actually have a stipulation for how much ground up insects are allowed to be in peanut butter for it to be acceptable. Do you know why they have to have that clause? Because before they didn't give a shit. And the companies fought back. It's like, well, it's outrageous to say that we can't have any insects in it. Haven't you seen our factories? Do you want us to be profitable? We're gonna lobby against this. And they're like, and then basically that's why there's a stipulation of how much ground up insects can be in peanut butter before it to be approved by the FDA. Because like beforehand, they would like cut a whole bunch of other crap in there, like sawdust, and like it's like, well, if little insects are go in the peanut butter, it's fine. It's extra protein. That's what they would basically do, and there was nothing stopping them from selling it or making any claims. And like that's where the government had to step in and be like, yo, people don't like eating sawdust, and people don't want ground up bugs. And you might think to yourself, right? It's like, well, that won't happen now. And the thing is, think about it, right? There's a famous experiment that happens. You might have heard. How much sawdust can you put in Rice Krispies before people will notice? And the answer is shockingly high. It's like you can make a Rice Krispie square like 40% sawdust before anyone notices. So like imagine if all Rice Krispie sellers decide to save money and make it 10% sawdust, right? And then as like they want to get better margins because they care about profits, they'll put more and more sawdust in. And you guys like, well, obviously people just wouldn't buy the ones with sawdust in it. But what if all companies are putting sawdust in it and you have no choice? And you have no choice other than to either buy Rice Krispie squares or buy no Rice Krispie squares, right? Because like all the companies could like meet together and be like, hey, it's in our best interest to make sure that we all put in a lot of sawdust so that we can all have equal profits. There's nothing stopping that. Unless there's regulation. It's like, I don't know how that's like a controversial take. And I think like if you want to like explore this concept of capitalism gone awry, and you're like, I don't want to read history, I don't want to watch some stupid YouTube channel, play BioShock. BioShock is like a really good commentary on capitalism gone awry. Oh, Nola Husher, thank you. I'm glad I helped. Okay, see you, Mika. Yeah, so, so like, with internet providers, ISPs, man. At least Canada is not as bad as the United States. But still, it's insane how they like they just conveniently don't compete with each other in specific regions. Conveniently. Like it's insane. Well, because like it'd be illegal for them to actually have an official meeting and say that they're not going to compete with each other. That's illegal. But you know, if they just do it, and everything's Gucci. The best part was when they demanded the government give them money to help build out their infrastructure. And then they finally got like billions of dollars to build up infrastructure, and then they took the money and they didn't build up infrastructure and instead gave their CEOs a big payout. I love that. I love that from the United States. And you know what's crazy, right? Whenever one politician's like, we need to tax big companies and tax the rich, right? Then the other politician would be like, they're trying to, it's like, they like speak to like the lower income people, like, they're trying to tax you more. They're trying to take your hard-earned money. When in reality, like, they're not, they're like saying these things, but they're not, they're saying these things to people who are not affected by it, but they're too lazy to look it up themselves. Politics. So it's dumb. That's why that's why I never really get into political talk, because I sincerely believe that whenever there's an election or a vote coming up, all you gotta do is just research. That's it. Research. And like, especially for like major political votes, like in terms of like who's gonna be the leader of a country, all you have to do is just go to isidewith.org and you fill out a quick 5 to 10 minute survey, and then like it asks you questions like, what are your views on nuclear energy? And if you're like, I think nuclear energy is bad, or I think nuclear energy is good, or you'd be like, I want more options, and you can get more nuanced options that are from actual political parties. And then based on how you answer all your questions, it'll align you with a specific political party, right? And you might be going, well, what if it's part of a secret agenda by one of the other sides, the extremist left or the extremist right? It's not. And how do I know this? Is because when I took it, right, I got a certain political party that I was aligned with, and then someone else took it, and they got like, oh my gosh, one of my old coworkers in Korea got this like extremist, they took the same one, they got this like extremist like political party that's like far off on the spectrum. And I'm like, I looked at that and I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah. And they basically said, yeah, I think women are second-class citizens. And I'm just like, and then he just had an evil laugh, and I'm just like, and he started laughing about how good this is, and I'm just like, well, I'm glad I'm not working here next year. How do I do that with my hair with this? Yeah. So that's all you gotta do. Major political votes, isidewith.org. Actually, I'll go to it right now. And then just fill out the survey and vote for, just vote. isidewith.com, sorry. See? The color? You could do that in VC Face, the color changing. It's pretty simple. If you look at my video on Twitch VC Face interaction, you can see that there. So yeah, you just go to iSidewith. You don't even need to log in. Choose a country. So I'm gonna choose. What country should I choose? Whiskey. Choose a country. No, I said whiskey. Whiskey. Finland. Is Finland here? Finland, okay. And you can choose it in your language? Okay. So let's try it. Finland. Try now. Okay. Should the government regulate social media sites as a as a means to prevent fake news and misinformation? Other stances. So I could want yes or no. I'm just gonna say yes. There should be some kind of regulation. Maybe? Should social media company, like, so for example, how YouTube, right? whenever someone like mentions the word COVID in YouTube, then it just brings up like a little article that says like, read more about COVID. Like that's not what I think the regulation should be, personally. Should social media companies ban political advertising? Huh. That's a good question. I don't know. So I'm gonna say this question is not relevant and it's not that important to me. Because I don't know. That's a good question. Should internet service providers be allowed to speed up access to popular websites that pay a higher rate? No. Very important, thank you. Do you support nuclear energy? I do. Should governments require children to be vaccinated preventable diseases? Yes. That's more important. Should hate speech be protected by freedom of speech laws? No. Should the military allow women to serve in combat roles? Yes. Should businesses be required to have women on their board of directors? I think requiring versus requiring should not be the word here. Board members should be the most qualified regardless of gender. Correct. Should homeless individuals that have refused shelter or housing be allowed to sleep or camp on public property? Okay, they refuse shelter and housing. I don't know what's going on in Finland for that. I'm gonna say yes and create more social programs. Environmental issues. Should the government increase environmental regulations on business to reduce carbon emissions? Sure, why not? Do you support the use of genetically engineered crops and foods? Yes. A lot of food is genetically engineered that you don't even think. Technically, a farmer, like sticking their finger in one flower and sticking their finger in another flower, that's genetic engineering. Just so you know. It's not always like mad scientist in a laboratory with a bunch of vials like going, it's like, it literally could just be like, oh my god. Okay, so so one biologist, a botanist, made a tree, right? So what he did was he took a bunch of branches off a bunch of different fruit trees, right? So plum trees, blueberry bushes, strawberry bushes, all of these different types of fruit bearing plants. And then he grafted them all onto a tree. So this tree produces every single fruit imaginable. And so it's always flowering and sprouting at all times of the year. Isn't that cool? That's genetic engineering. Anyway, should researchers be allowed to use animals testing for safety of drugs? I'm not going to answer this question. Should the government increase spending on public transportation? Yes. Should Finland assassinate suspected terrorists in foreign countries? Is this an issue in your country, Whiskey? Is this an issue in your country? What the hell? This is a question because this is a political issue in Finland. I'm gonna say no, you shouldn't do that. Because it's a suspected terrorist. Should there be more or less privatization of hospital and healthcare? Less privatization. Should the government fund the World Health Organization? Yes. Should private businesses have the right to ask customers for their vaccination status? Yes. I'm gonna say yes. Should Ukraine join NATO? Yes. Should Finland remain in NATO? Yes. Should the UK be allowed to access European markets once they leave the EU? No. Not in the same way. Should the church tax be abolished? No. Should Finland abolish the inheritance tax? No. Should Finland transition to a 4-day work week? Sure. Should immigrants be... Research behind this shows that it increases productivity, by the way. Should immigrants to Finland be allowed to hold dual citizen status? Yes. Should children of migrants who live in French territories be allowed to join their families? Why not? Should the EU impose a quota of migrants per country? No. Should foreigners currently residing in Finland have the right to vote? Okay. Only legal citizens should be allowed to vote. So, if you're a foreigner, you should get, if you want to participate in that country's political climate, you should get citizenship. Should corporations, unions, and nonprofit organizations be allowed to donate to political parties? No. Should minimum age voting be lowered? What is the minimum age voting? $18 years? I'm gonna say no. Because here's the thing. Your brain does not fully develop until you're 25 years old. The last part of your brain to develop is making rash and reasonable decisions. Should funding for local police departments be redirected to social community-based programs? I'm gonna say... yes. Because it's all about prevention versus punishment, right? Should police departments be allowed to use military-grade equipment? No. Should non-violent prisoners be released from jail? You know that the police in South Korea are using like these old-fashioned revolvers that look like they've never been fired in their life? Should non-violent prisoners be released from jail in order to reduce overcrowding? House arrest. Sure. Or community service. Yeah, give back to the community. It's all about restructuring, getting them back in the community, becoming a more productive member of society and contributing. Right? So like if someone is like in jail because like they stole, I don't know, a TV, right? Then why should they stay in jail if they can do community service to make up for that, right? Should tuition in public university be free? Yes. Should government decriminalize school truancy? I'm gonna say no. Because as a teacher, that's what what political party, I don't know what political party I identify with, so I'm gonna not do that. What qualities are the most important to you as a candidate? Honesty, consistency, effectiveness, transparency. Those are the 4. Okay. So we know that I'm human. Which of the following footwear brands are you aware of? This? Next. Oh. I don't know any of these. None of the above. This is a human test. Footwear brands. Oh, I know Hush Puppies. Show my results. Hi, Lazy Samurai. Okay. Let's see what Finnish political party I align with based on the questions that I answered. By the way, you can, once you get the results, you can go again and you can answer more in-depth questions to better match you. Let's find out. What Finnish political party do I align with? We're gonna find out. Oh, it only gave me one party? I 40 okay. I only align with them 49%. What? The Finns party? Who the hell's the Finns party? I only align with them 49%. So here's the thing though, right? It's because this is the this is Finland, right? So like obviously their country's ideals are gonna be different than mine. Social conservatism and nationalism. Okay, so since most of you guys are American, I'll do the United States. It might be able to keep my results. Maybe. Quiz. Okay. So I'm not going to answer any of the new questions. So, because here's the thing, it took all of my answers that I've already answered from the Finnish quiz, and it's going to bring it into the United States. So look, I haven't answered any of this. These are all the same from the Finnish one. So this is how you can compare your political stance in two different countries without having to change anything. Like you saw that there were more questions there that I could have answered, like what is my stance on abortion as an example. I didn't answer it because we're just going purely what's from Finnish politics to United States politics. But I only aligned with them 49%, which is not a very strong alignment. Yeah, if you could do this for Australia, exactly. No, I'm not from Finland. I just chose the Finnish country. Okay, so remember, I haven't changed my stand. I didn't answer any additional questions for the United States, and I kept all of my answers the same from the Finnish question. Because it's automatically doing it for me. So this is where I align in the United States. 93% Democratic. There's a Women's Equality Party? The Green Party, the Socialist, Peace and Freedom, Libertarian, and Republican, 26%. Okay, so like now I'm like, okay, well, what about Australia? Let's see where I align in Australia without changing any of the questions. Boom, just like that. Isn't this cool? Isn't this website cool? See, and here's the thing, even if I stand with a left-wing party, right? I don't say you should vote left-wing. All I'm saying is you should fill this out, and that's who you should probably vote for. So you might get a right-wing party. You might get an authoritarian party. You might get a libertarian party. It doesn't matter. Whoever you get in this party, I don't care, right? All that I care about is you're doing the very basics of your research and you're voting. That's it. That's all that matters. Can I pick Denmark next? So this is, I guess, me for Australia. Denmark, okay. Denmark. Where's Denmark? Social Democrats. Okay, check Sweden. And like I said, I haven't answered any new questions. Like, you can even just do this just out of curiosity. So fill it out for your country. So what I would recommend, fill it out for your country, and then you can check out where you would stand in other countries. It's so cool that you can do that, right? This is where I stand in Sweden. It's fun. And the side note is like I said, if you disagree with, like, so for example, if you're like, oh, well, FOFA in Sweden is with the Social Democratic Party, I'm not gonna follow them anymore because we have different, who cares what our political view is? The only thing we should care about is, have you done research into who you want to vote for? Yes? Great. Vote. That's it. The only time I think your opinion doesn't matter is if you choose to not vote. If you choose to not vote, you're a dumbass. You have no right to say anything if you don't vote. If you're like, well, my stance on energy is, I'm like, have you voted? And if you say no, I'll be like, shut up. That's what I say. You have to vote. Voting is very important. Okay, well, check Poland. Yeah, you don't have an opinion if you don't vote. Democratic Left Alliance in Poland. And, oh, I matched with the Law and Justice Party. And very similar to the Civic platform. I'll show you Korea. I already know where I land in Korea, by the way. It should put me in the Justice Party. Or the People's Party. Oh. I didn't answer enough. If I answer more questions, it'll put me in the Justice Party, by the way. So like if you think this, you disagree with this, like with the results, answer more questions. You can answer more questions. And it'll refine it down for you. Where do I stand in Russia? Wait, Russia has more than one party? I thought they just had one party. Okay, what other countries? Oh, right, Japan. Let's look up Japan. Okay, here's the thing you gotta remember. Look, the Democratic and the Communist Party are the same alignment. Let's see. Their key notes are regulation, environmentalism, pacifism, left-wing isolationism, secular globalism. where do I stand in Canada? Let's see. I filled out the very detailed version of this. So, like, I didn't fill out the quick one. Yeah, this is about right. This is where I sit. Okay, so, and here's the thing about different countries, right? So, our Conservative Party in Canada is considered our right-wing party. So our Conservative Party is considered our Republican Party of the United States. So look, I align with our Conservative Party 66%. Whereas if we look at the United States, their version of the Conservative Party, 26%. And so you know what's crazy? Is that when I fill out the more detailed form, right, and I answer more questions, the America's Democratic Party is most similar to Canada's Conservative Party. So a United States' left wing is most similar to Canada's right wing. Isn't that crazy? But anyways, like I said, it doesn't matter what your result is. Like, do you know what I mean? What matters is you see these results, you can choose to answer more questions to refine your party down, and then you should use the information that you get from this to vote. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you're voting Republican, if you're voting left-wing, right-wing, center, doesn't matter. Whatever you vote for, as long as you did the research and you go out and you vote, that's all that matters. Right? Because the biggest problem right now in politics is people don't vote. That's the biggest problem. Hi, Toasty. Exactly. If you vote, you matter. And that's it. When it comes down to, like, if you want my thoughts on, like, I don't like talking about politics because, like, this is not the place to talk about politics. Like, someone comes in and is like, what are your thoughts on the recent events in the political atmosphere in the United States regarding child abortion laws? And I'm just like, this is not the place to talk about that. But I want to keep talking. Ban. I don't care if you're pro-life, if you're pro-choice. This is not the place to talk about this. If you want to talk politics, go to Hasanabi's stream. The only thing that we talk about, this is the closest we ever talk about politics, is just vote. That's it. Vote. Research, vote. Vote for whoever you want. That's all that matters. Right? The one thing I will say is don't vote for someone because your friends vote for that person. Like, just research. That's it. Research. Your votes should be secret, right? If your mom and your dad are like you know, left-wing conspiracists, right? And you are like, you're right-wing, just vote for who you want to vote for. It doesn't matter what everyone else votes for. Don't be a sheep. Exactly. Yeah, I'm the most controversial political VTuber. I tell people, vote. That's it. That's all I want you to do. Vote. My hot take. I can't believe there's a VTuber out there telling me that I should vote on my research and my opinion. How dare you? I will choose to not vote and become a sheep and vote for what my friends believe in. And you can't stop me. How dare you? I will vote because my favorite content creator said to vote for this person, so I will vote for them and you can't stop me. choose to not vote and stay at home and complain about political problems, but I will choose to not vote because that's my right. How dare I tell you to make your own decisions? I am saying to vote though, right? If you choose to not vote, then you have no rights to talk about any issues, basically. So for example, if you're dissatisfied with the monopoly of internet in the United States, you should make that one of your key political things that you go for, right? So for example, if you're like, internet companies should not be able to do what they do in the United States, you are pro-regulation. So look for a company that has, so look for a political party that is more for regulating big companies and how they act. And that's what you should look for, right? Because like, if you vote for a political party that's like, that's less regulation, then, you know, what's this, if there's less rules, right? And your biggest concern is internet and quality of internet. And you're having this whole monopoly problem of your only service provider is Comcast, and whenever you try to ask for help, they just give you they give you a middle finger, right? They need to be regulated in some way. So it's like, it's up to you, right? It is a political issue. If enough people who are voting are saying internet, right? We need better internet. If everyone who's voting is saying that, what do you think politicians are going to do? They're going to be like, huh, I don't want your vote. I don't need your vote. Huh. Like, no, they want your vote. Right? Yeah, internet in Korea is awesome. So affordable. And here's the thing, right? It always comes down, people are like, well, I have to vote for this one party. I have to vote for this one party because otherwise it's like you choose between two assholes, right? And I really dislike that a lot. Because here's the thing, right? If everyone, like, if there's two parties, party A and party B, and they're both assholes, right? And they both campaign on, like, one says, I'm going to your mother, and the other one's like, I'm gonna your mother and your grandmother, and you're like, oh, that's both pretty bad. Well, at least one of them is less evil than the other one. So I'm gonna vote for the less evil one. No! Don't do that! Vote for who you want to vote for. Because generally, like, put it this way, if a bunch of people are voting for, let's say, the internet party, right? Let's say, even if your party loses, if 10% of the population's vote is voting for the internet party, even if they get no seats in cabinet, but they still get 10% of the votes, that means next election, the political parties are gonna be like, well, I want that 10% of that vote. So I guess internet is now going to be a thing that they're going to be talking about. So you got to think more in terms of the long run, right? If everyone's voting for better internet, and even if you don't win, it's a statistic that will make a difference in the next election. So what you might end up seeing is that might be integrated into more people's campaigns in the future. Right? And this is more apparent in Canada, because Canada's, so the United States is basically a two-party country where only two parties really matter. Whereas in Canada, Canada's a three-party country. So usually what happens is people who vote for the third party that loses, well, they might get like 25% of the vote in Canada. So like both of the other parties, the first and second party, be like, whoa, I want those votes. So they'll, in some way, next election cycle, try to integrate those other things in their own way into their party. So it's just best to vote in for who you believe is the right party. Whether you're voting for like some party that's guaranteed to lose, it doesn't matter. So like, for example, there's this one, I can't remember. There's this one politician that has the boot on his head. What's his name? Yeah, Vermin Supreme. This guy. This guy. What's his campaign? Zombie apocalypse awareness and time travel research. So hey, you know what? If you think that we need to focus more money on time travel research, vote for this guy. Why not? Cause like, you know what's gonna happen, right? If this guy gets like 25% of the vote, and his campaign is on time travel research, you know that next election cycle, people are gonna be talking about time travel research. Like, just imagine on Fox News and CNN, they're like, so, Joe Biden, what's your opinion on time travel research? Hi, General Kotex Gaming. Hello. Make him gay. But yeah, so that's what it comes down to. Just vote for who you want to vote for. Do your research and vote. That's it. My least controversial take. Actually, would that be my most controversial take? Probably. Probably. So like, even though like I have so many issues with the Rococo suit like we had at the beginning of the stream, it's just like the movement is so much more fluid, right? It's like, you can't really do like this kind of a movement, like, you know what I mean? Like if I'm just like standing up straight and I go like this, like I'm leaning in, you can't really do this with Vive trackers, right? Oh yeah, I had issues. Ripping assets is bad? Well, ripping assets is bad for commercial use, basically. I'm being hydrated. Hi, Sammy. Yeah, ripping assets is bad, I think. Personally. Was I this fun when I was teaching in school? I don't know. I've never had students that disliked me. Well, I mean, I had some students that disliked me because they're like, Teacher Fofa, you give us too much work. And I'm like, but you have so much time to do this. I told you at the beginning of the semester, it's too much. It's like, well, it's because you didn't do anything the entire year. Obviously, you're gonna have a problem. I give students every opportunity for success, right? So if they have to do like assignment A and B to get 100% in the class, I'll give them assignment A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? So they have extra chances to succeed and get a good mark. But some students would be like, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm like, okay. Don't do anything. There's always one every year. And keep in mind, this is me taking extra time with the student. This is me talking to them after school. This is me talking to their parents, right? Some of the students will turn around once you talk to the parents, and you know, they'll get their act together. Some of them just don't give a crap. And like you can only lead a horse to water. You can't force the horse to drink. So there's only so much you can do. Right? And the thing is too, is that it's not the kid's fault. It's the parents' fault. Right? If you tell the kid, do your homework, and the parents are like, you don't have to do homework. Like, how do you deal with that as a teacher, right? And you speak to the parents like, oh, it's like, well, I don't think they get too much homework. And I'm like, their homework was to read 2 pages. It's too much. They had so many things to do after school. Meanwhile, the kid comes back, is like talking, is like, I played Fortnite. I love Fortnite. It's the parents' fault. It's always the parents. Like, it's never the student's fault. It's like, right? Because like, yes, a child can be wrong, but they're a child. And like, as long as they have, it means they're lacking structure somewhere, right? So even if like, let's say a child has the habit of picking their nose, right? If they're never told to not pick their nose, then like they're gonna continue picking their nose. Basically. I've taught both in public and private schools, and I will say that they're both just as bad. They're both bad. I've taught public school, I've taught in inner city schools where there's like kids literally living in the projects, right? I've taught, and then I've also taught super wealthy kids where they all have like the latest MacBook and their parents like literally are millionaires. So I've taught both ends of the spectrum, and I'm gonna tell you, there's no difference. It's the same. So in terms of wages, it really depends the country that you're in. That's it. In Korea, I was paid on the upper end of the spectrum, but like, you know, even in a private school in Korea, where you had like the baller parents, even though I was getting paid more than other teachers in Korea, when you take that same yearly salary and you bring it to Canada, that's considered poverty line. So it just depends on the country that you're in. So in Korea, I was upper middle class, and then now I take that same income and come to Canada, and then I'm considered poverty, and I qualify for welfare. So, you know, it depends. Hi Clash, thanks for the follow. I could go back into teaching, but I don't want to. It's a nightmare here. Like, and same in the United States, teaching is also a nightmare there. Just so much regulation that is pointless. And like, you can go like 1 year from teaching to like a class size of 25 and then have support teachers. So like, for example, if you have students who have a learning disability, like dyslexia, they're on the spectrum, a whole bunch of other stuff, right? To the next year, where all of a sudden the government's like, teachers get paid too much. They're taking advantage of the system. We need to make budget cuts. We're gonna fire all the support teachers and increase class sizes to 40. And then, you know, that happens. I don't want to deal with that anymore. Having a class size of 40 with no support teachers is insane. Well, here's the thing, right? Everyone that views teachers, like whenever I said, it's like, oh, what do you do? It's like, oh, I'm a teacher. It's like, oh, that must be nice. I would love to have summers off. That's what people think. That must be nice. I would love to have summers off. And I'm thinking like, I work in the summer. What do you think I do? I think, personally, I think more money needs to go in education. And I think that textbook companies need more regulation. That's what I think. In education, there needs to be better education policies that are more student-focused and education-focused. And then we need to have severe regulation on textbook companies because they do a lot of bullshit. Like, imagine, it's like, oh, well, it's now mandatory to use edition 10 of the textbook. You're not allowed to use edition 9. It's like, well, what's the difference between edition 9 and edition 10? Oh, we added a "the" on page 10. It's more grammatically correct. And I'm like, but our school doesn't want to spend $20,000 on new textbooks. It's like, well, that's what the regulation is, and we have already agreed with this with the government and the Board of Education, so your school has to spend $20,000 on new textbooks. Thank you. And that's basically what happens. It's messed up. Hi, Oroku. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly, right? College textbooks were insane because it's the same reason, right? Oh, you must use the latest edition of this textbook because it has the newest information. Meanwhile, like, you know, you could just get away with using like a 10-year-old version of the textbook because it's almost the same. They don't tell you that. And then at the end of the year with your brand new textbook that you got, as recommended, you try to sell it back to the university bookstores. Like, yeah, we'll give you 10% of the value. Yeah, it's not that valuable anymore. And then you get like, so you paid $100 for this textbook. They give you $10 for it. Then the next year they turn around and sell it as a used textbook for $90. Get out. Get out. Textbook companies need to be regulated. I have Actually, I don't really have that many textbooks that I don't keep, but I did spend a lot of money. I have a $250 art history textbook. It's 250 bucks for art history. It's a good book though. I still have it. It's nice. But it's like, it was so unnecessary, but I liked it because like, it's art history. So I kept it rather than resold. I probably could have sold it for 50%, I think. I kept it because I'm like, might as well. How often do you get a color book that has like all the art in the art from different parts of the world? Like, right? So I was like, whatever. I'll suck this up. So, Steam Deck. Let's look at the countdown timer on me not getting the Steam Deck. I have one important account alert. Goodbye, Steam Deck. It was nice having the opportunity to buy you, but I can't justify your purchase. Goodbye. 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 Yeah. If I didn't have a streaming computer already, I would totally get it. But I have one. I have one already. How much power would the Steam Deck even use? I don't think the Steam Deck would be better for OBS than the Mac Mini, to be honest. Because, like, right now, like, I'm 1080p, 6000 kilobit bitrate, max bitrate, 1080p, max bitrate, 60 frames. And I'm using 9.2% of my Mac Mini. Isn't that crazy? Which means right now, it's probably drawing, like, 8 watts. That's it, 8 watts. That's crazy. Meanwhile, there's like people out there like, oh yeah, I have a 2080 Ti as my streaming computer. Why? Sell it! Sell it! Sell your 2080 Ti! Sell it! Right? Basically, my stance right now is if you're a content creator and you upgrade your graphics card and you're like, oh, I could use this to build a streaming computer, don't. Sell it. Sell it, keep the profits, buy a Mac Mini. Because, like for example, if you have a 2080 Ti, you can probably sell that for like $1,500. And then you buy a Mac Mini for $500. Boom, you have $1,000. Right? A streaming computer. So this is talking about someone who has one computer, right? And they upgrade their graphics card on their main computer. So they already have their central one computer, right? That's going to be gaming, that they're going to be gaming on, right? Now they have this other graphics card, and they're like, oh, I want to use this other graphics card to build a streaming box. That's not going to run any games, it's just going to run OBS. Why? Why? It's so not worth it. Why? Why don't you want to give money, any money to Apple? Why do you have any loyalty to any company when they don't give a shit about you? Samsung doesn't give a shit about you. Google doesn't give a shit about you. When Google, Samsung, or any of these companies look at you, they just see dollar signs. So how I view products is I view a product is this the best value for the dollar? And if the answer is yes, great. And right now the best value for dollar is in the short term and the long run, if you want to buy a brand new off-the-shelf system, is a Mac Mini. I talk about this so much. But like, think about, like, this is an aspect I didn't talk about, right? So it's like $600, $500 to $600 for a Mac Mini. It runs OBS like a champ. Now think about it this way. Maximum power draw is 60 watts. So in the long run, it's like, how many Mac Minis would you need to run? Basically, you would need to run like 3 or 4 Mac Minis to equal the power consumption draw of just a regular old gaming computer that got turned into a streaming computer. So it's drawing more power using an old gaming computer as a streaming computer. No, they don't sell overpriced technology. They sell over-engineered technology. Keep that in mind. That's a key distinction that I'm gonna put out there, is that they're not overpriced. They're just needlessly expensive. So let's think about it this way, right? The iPhone, like when the iPhone came out, most expensive phone, right? But all of, like, think about this iPhone X. This iPhone X is so old now. And here, you can go and buy an iPhone X used for like 200 bucks. And you can use it for VTubing, right? Like, does it need to be, and you might, people are like, the most common argument is like, well, imagine paying hundreds of dollars for wheels. Well, do you need to buy the wheels? No. Are those wheels really well engineered wheels? Yes. They probably put like an entire team of Giga Chad brain scientists, engineers in a room, and then it's like, I want you guys to design the best wheels ever. And then they came up with these wheels, right? Obviously, it's gonna be so expensive. And the reason that is, like, these wheels are probably like machined CNC wheels made of solid block aluminum. So, like, obviously they're gonna be expensive, but should you buy them? No! Don't buy them! They're dumb. Right? But, like, the reason it's so expensive is because they put so much engineering into it. And, like, they know that they're not going to sell that many. So they need to, like, set it at a price where they can at least break even. And that's why they're so expensive. Like, is it a good product? No. Is it a well-made product? Yes. Should you buy it? No. You could probably buy, like, a $10, like, computer tower cart on Amazon that has like a plastic tray, like bent steel and plastic wheels that'll be just as good. Can you sell me a bridge? What do you mean? Like I said, all you gotta do is just look what is the best value for dollar. If it happens to be from Apple, great. If it happens to be from Google, great. Just right now, the best value for dollar, short term and long run, happens to be an Apple computer. Is it though? So, is it a status symbol for a VTuber to use an iPhone if they go out and they buy a $200 iPhone X? Is that status symbol? Because here's the thing, in order for you to get fancy facial tracking on your model, you don't need to go out and buy an iPhone Pro 13 for $1,400 American. You just get an iPhone X for like 200 bucks. That's it. Right? That's all you do. And the thing is too, it's like, well, I hate Mac OS. And you know what I do in Mac OS? I turn the Mac on, I open up OBS, I press start stream. That's it. That's all I do. I don't, like, do you need Windows for that? You could probably do that on Linux. Right? So, like, that was the only reason why I wanted a Stream Deck. Was because, like, I was like, oh, it's gonna run Linux? I could probably run OBS on that. But the thing is, like, the Steam Deck will probably not run as efficiently with OBS because it doesn't have its own hardware encoder. Probably. I'm guessing. I don't actually know. And then when OBS is not using a hardware encoder, it's probably going to use like 50-60% of the GPU. But at the same time, you get the portability of a Steam Deck. So honestly, I think the Steam Deck would be probably like a really great streaming computer. That when you're not streaming, you can pick it up and play games on the go. But I can't justify buying one. So I'm personally waiting for more people to get their hands on the Steam Deck so I can see reviews on it. Basically. Because like there's one dude out there that has a review on the Steam Deck running OBS, but like it's not a very good video. Do you need a MacBook? No, you need an iPhone. iPhone gives you the best facial tracking right now for the $1. You can get really high quality facial tracking right now with a webcam or an Android phone if you license Faceware for $300 a year. But you see the problem there. It's a license for $300 a year. Why not just buy a used iPhone 10? Right? Because that way you get a piece of hardware, you don't have to pay a license, and you just have it. You could probably install a Linux distro. You could probably also install Windows on it, but why? Right? Why? Just do it. Right? Right? Well, here's the thing. If you are using, I was advocating it in the case of a streaming computer, right? As a streaming computer. Anything else, I don't care. I have no opinion on, right? So what are you going to do on a streaming computer? You're going to open OBS and you're going to press start stream. That's it. So like, it shouldn't matter how you like the operating system. Right? Because opening OBS and hitting the start stream button is the same on macOS, it's the same on Linux, it's the same on Windows. It's all the same. Hi, Equations, hello. Oh, and what I will say about the iPhone is iPhones generally are better for privacy, if you care about that. I daily drive an Android, that's my daily driver. And I don't really care about it because I don't download any apps. So I would say, like, if you're tech savvy and you're aware of permissions and all that kind of stuff, doesn't matter what phone you get an Android. If you're gonna give a phone to your grandma, just save yourself some trouble. Just give your grandma an iPhone. That way you don't have to worry about them accidentally installing some malware on their phone. Right? Like, think about it this way. You have to think about it in this context, right? It's a better value for $1 to get your grandma an Android tablet, right? You can get a decent Android tablet for like $300, right? Pretty good one. But think about it this way. Will that Android tablet have any problems 10 years from now? Will that Android tablet, are you going to get calls in the middle of like your week from your grandma being like, oh, I'm having some problems getting my Facebook on my Samsung Galaxy tab. How do I get my Facebook to open? Right? Versus like, as much as I hate to say it, like iPads just are more user-friendly. So you're paying a premium to not have to do tech support in the future, basically. Exactly. Exactly. A smart TV. Exactly. So you know what? That's like, the simpler something can be and the less hassle it is, the better. So you know what, Moxie? I'm wondering if you got your grandma an Apple TV, if she'd be more likely to use that. Huh? Do I really need a license to stream? I stream as a VTuber on VMM with no blank. It? Okay, I don't understand your question. Like, personally for me, I don't use smart TVs. I treat TVs like monitors. I just hook a computer up to it, and I'm good to go. Right? But not everyone's gonna be like that. And like, that's something you gotta, I guess, keep in mind is like, for example, we're all on Twitch, right? So most of us have decent internet, whereas like, some people don't have decent internet. And it's like, it's hard to remember that's like, some people are still on like dial-up or satellite internet. Your TV burned in last year? So if I had a choice, I'd rather spend money on a monitor versus a TV. I'd rather have a nice monitor versus a nice TV. Ah. How much are Mac iMacs, like the new iMacs? How much are those? How much are they? $15.99? What? That's not really worth it. I just wanted to see, because they have like a built-in screen, right? And they come with a keyboard and mouse. I was like, is that a better value than the Mac Mini? And the answer is no. That's Canadian though, so it might be like $12.99. But like, if you just get a Mac Mini, you can just get like, I don't know, a $10 keyboard and mouse, and then like buy like $100 monitor, and then you're set, right? I mean, technically you don't even need a second monitor. You could just use the same monitor and just switch inputs. But it's nicer having like that monitor so you can monitor stream, right? On Pluto TV, I don't know what Pluto TV. I don't watch a lot of television. So like, most of my television that I know is like from a long time ago, basically. I don't watch TV. And the only thing, when I had cable when I was in university and I was in the dorms, because cable was included, I just watched the Food Network. That's all I watched. Remember when TLC was good? It was the Learning Channel, and now it's like, my 1,000-pound husband. I clean myself with a rag on a stick. Good eats, yes! Oh, oh. Remember when Windows Vista, the killer feature, was Windows Media Center? So for those of you who don't know, one of the reasons why I really liked Windows Vista, it had something called Windows Media Center. So if you had a computer TV tuner, meaning you had a TV capture card, you can plug it in to your computer and it would work like a DVR. So it would give you all the schedules of everything, right? And you'd be like, I want to automatically record all new episodes or episodes that I haven't seen of Good Eats. It would just do it automatically. And it would automatically skip out all the commercials, and that was built into Windows. Wasn't that, and like, all I had to do was make sure my computer was on, and it would just automatically start recording all the things I want. So then I would come home from classes to study, and I would just have a queue of Good Eats to watch. Without commercials. So good. I still have a TV tuner. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it though. I could probably use the TV tuner to play like super old consoles, like if I ever get like an Atari or something, and you know you're playing with the knob. The confirm or deny thing wasn't that bad. Here's the thing, Windows does that right now. Heck, Mac OS does that right now. Do you want to install this? Yes or no? Do you want to install this application on your phone? It's requiring these permissions. Do you accept or deny it? Right? It's a thing that's really smart. Well, the reason why it's not as frequent is because they enable like the Windows Trusted program. So if it's something that's a trusted program that's licensed by like Windows, it's okay. Right? Right? Okay. Hello? Internet? Internet? Are you okay? Okay. Okay. We are going to give you 250 free channel points. Wow, 250 free channel points. Isn't that amazing? 250 channel points. There's so much cool stuff that you can do with 250 channel points that you're gonna get for free. All you have to do is stick around. Stick around. And if you want to, you don't have to do that, but you can type this message in to make it a little bit more fun, because we're gonna be bopping someone. So who are we rating? And if you stick through the raid, like I said, you get 250 free channel points, which you can do a whole bunch of cool stuff on my stream. And we're gonna be rating Leafeons. So Leafeons right now is just chatting. Leafeons is a fellow virtual content creator from the United Kingdom. They do play things like VR chat, they do just chatting. They're also a super talented artist. Super talented. So be sure to check them out. And I will be streaming again in 2 days on Tuesday. And I'll let you guys know, I'll give you guys updates on whether or not what I hear back from the chair company and from Rococo. Yeah, see you. Have a good time with Leaf. Bye. Leaf is great.